Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は289日目です。It is day 289. We leveled up yesterday, level 28. So we go back in. We have 94 things, plus 2 right now, and some... Oh, it's past 6, so... Just kidding, we have 136 stuff. Probably will end up crossing 7 p.m. Possibly even 8 p.m. We'll see. I don't know where that is coming from. Let's go right into it. Today we have an Inktober prompt. I'm gonna try to get at least one Inktober prompt in. Oh, let's keep on task. Yesterday we had a wonderful discussion. Lots of wonderful discussions. Catered around... First it was like mnemonic building, and then trying to break down complicated problems, having problem solving skills, and general interest. All right, let's see. So last session tried to provide a structure for the next layer of mnemonic building. So we'll see how well that turned out. Right. We'll see. It's gonna be an adjustment period for sure. Dense. What do we have to work with for dense? No. Nostradamus. Koichi. Nostradamus think kids are dense. I don't think we need location if there isn't one. Probably a good way to go about it. So we default without mentioning, we skip over location. Could add eagle. Okay. And I think I want to use this type of notation. I'm going to use this type of notation. Kind of like the same way I did with Hanzihiro. Do a break. Okay. I just wanted to take a gut feeling jab at things. Let's see. What this is. So we have something we call Huh.
Furu.
Hoodoo, right? Entirely sure how hoodoo works. It's just a fall. Things missing here too. Oh, because it's a pivot for the rain. So we can... Oh, there, Gecko. Konbanwa. Gecko-san. I'm doing pretty well today. This past week, lots of things have happened. So, a little bit on the tired side. How have you been? What have you been up to? How's October treating you? The rain falls. I still need a person. Fall. Rain falls. We'll see if we can simplify these things. Okay. You're checking my latest Inktober creations on Discord? Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, we're working on it. Gonna have to, I feel a little bit more ambitious than usual, actually, having met some artists lately. So I might try to do a remix of the first three because they were rough times. You were pretty sick last week, so not too great, but you're starting to get better. So looking forward to the rest of the October Halloween right around the corner. Yes, Dan. I was already sipping. How's work going, Danny? I imagine you're at work. Alright. Halloween. Yeah, I saw my father bought his customary mixed bag of candy. I don't know when Halloween is this year. Well, we know what date Halloween is, but like the conditions of Halloween. Oh, now you're back to 100% Gecko, I imagine. Do your family do things for Halloween?
Kasu.
Ugh. Actually, did I write anything for this? I think we just go with Kasu. Yeah, just stick with it. It seems pretty comfortable. No need. Yunusuru. Do things wind down towards the end of the year or wind up for you, Gecko? Or maybe you're consistent in throughout like the holidays. What? Oh no, wait. This is just Ito. Cousins. So something about eating. They eat together, but I'm missing one of my little pieces. What am I missing? You got merchandise, so you're busy with just wanted to say, oh yeah, no worries. Merchandise. I wonder what it's like to unpack stuff like merchandise. I haven't ever been around merchandise in some time. Oh wait, these are kids.
いとこ
Yoko. Alright, let's quickly modify many of these. And then we can add a flavor of context. They're at home. Our cousins together eat. Ito. Okay. This one pretty good.
貸し切り
Kitty. When cut. So you're up to 98%. Excellent. Over here, Halloween is mostly for kids, so they dress up. And since mine is still young, you take her trick-or-treating. I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Halloween is just for kids. Well, that's fair, actually. Here, in the suburbs, I would say Halloween is largely for kids. In the city, maybe not so much. A little bit more avant-garde in the cities, or from personal, like my personal experience, I suppose. Usually it's pretty busy until end of December, I see, when most people get time off work. The week between Christmas and New Year is a period you enjoy. Ah, okay, okay. So it goes all the way till then. There is a little in the United States. You're probably familiar with American Thanksgiving. So like October ends with a lot of like high octane willy-nilly, but then November kind of winds down, and then Christmas picks up, and then it winds down again into the New Year's. So it's kind of like a roller coaster ride. Lately though, in the United States, it kind of feels often they want like once Halloween is over, it's like persistent holiday mode until the next year. But generally speaking, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride. I think Thanksgiving has a wind down before the wind up for the prep game for all the busybody during the Christmas times. This is a private reservation. How did I frame this? So we had the car and the key. So we don't have a person. Can I skip person? No. I kind of need person. I could say someone at our dealer. After cutting deal, right? Okay. Just trucking along. We've been doing like a lot of art lately, or talking about art in some way, form, or context. Lots of yap. A bit on the heavier side lately. Wait. It's not Mountain King? Hey, oh no, wait. Oh, this is delicate. How do you all the view, like complete view? Whole view is fine, honestly. Not all view. All view is kind of weird. As you certainly know, no Thanksgiving over here in Europe, but in Belgium you do celebrate St. Nicholas on December 6th, actually, which is just another occasion to give presents and sweets to kids. Ah, fair enough. Do you have a Thanksgiving? So, like, I know you said there are no Thanksgiving over there in Europe, but that's not necessarily, I don't think, I'm guessing you're talking about, like, there's no American Thanksgiving over there. I'm not entirely sure if you have a Thanksgiving thing. As far as I know, there is a form of Thanksgiving in around the quite a lot of equivalents around the world. Just happens to be not the American Thanksgiving. Or something in November, maybe. What happens in November in Belgium? Does anything happen in November? I believe Canadian Thanksgiving is happening soon-ish, right? Something like that. Let me see. Canadian Thanksgiving. Oh, it already happened. Just kidding. It just happened a week ago. Yeah, a little over a week ago. I wonder what kind of international, like, I wonder what kind of holidays around the world happen in November. Kind of a weird month. Let's see, retreat. Something about Thai and cookie. Well, this one certainly did very well. I think I need more. I need to add more to the current one. So someone... Shiriku? Oh, this one's not that great. Shirizoku.
退く
So, So I think, yeah, cannot use... You can't pull the character. So it's very difficult to pull the character from... I see. So let's say the person with the tie Not aware of any form of Thanksgiving taking place in Europe, but there could be definitely be something somewhere I'm not aware of. I see. As far as I remember, when it comes to Thanksgivings, I believe Germany has a harvest festival. Thanksgiving is a harvest festival as well. So I think there are like 2 or 3 places in Europe that has something akin to a harvest festival. Not much happens in November, but I don't think it's in November. As far as I know. Not much happens in November. November 1st is a national holiday. Oh, and November 11th is the end of World War One. I see. You are looking forward to Christmas at this point to brighten the dark and rainy days. Oh. I think there might be a harvest festival in Germany, but I doubt it's in November. The person with the tie. I need to create. I cannot use. Maybe I can. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. This is great. I'm not sure about this. So using a noun as the beginning and it's the thing I have to remember is not the greatest idea at the moment. That one felt really not great, not confident. Our friend, our boy Geki. The dark and rainy days, huh? Looks like you're right indeed. From Wikipedia, the Harvest Thanksgiving Festival. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that, but Dankfest, Ted Dankfest is a popular Christian festival in some German municipalities on the first Sunday of October. Okay, so it's an October holiday. The festival has a significant religious component, and many churches are decorated with autumn crops. In some places, there are religious processions, or yeah. So still October. Man, November is like a meh month. I like the idea of Thanksgiving. Honestly, maybe it's because of the association of having fewer national holidays in Chinese culture, and oftentimes the Chinese holidays are often around the theme of giving thanks and fortune and health and being grateful. So that's possibly why I kind of gravitate towards Thanksgiving. Christmas is not quite the same. Yeah, at least the type of impressions I get. Christmas often is about treating, as opposed to being grateful. Like grateful in the sense of providing perspective of what we have. I understand that's not the original intent, and you know, like Thanksgiving has changed quite from the historical origins of it. But nowadays, I kind of like the less giving, more appreciating in contrast. Let's see. Personal preferences. Obviously, one can be incredibly cynical and jaded about going back in history about where these origins of national holidays are, but I am not one to be surrounded by people who attempt to look at the most cynical places during times of holiday. In fact, that's kind of what I do not gravitate towards. An individual that finds a opportunity to reduce other people's celebratory spirits for the sake of, I don't know, factual trivia, something that is incredibly popularized on the internet, right? Like someone finally learning 100 kanji, and then you have that person there is like, oh good, now you learned like 10% of the things that you needed to barely talk to children. And I'm like, wow, thanks dude, thanks for dampening that person's spirit. Like, what do you mean? I'm only stating a fact. I can't be a jerk if I'm stating a fact. But you chose to state that particular fact. It is also the fact that that person learned 100 kanji from 0. You know? That kind of thing. It's happened more than once about American Thanksgiving. And it's sometimes it's to be ironic from like a American, but that's rarely an American. It's usually it's usually a foreigner or an immigrant, like a recent immigrant, and that's fair. Or a maybe a disgruntled expat. Realities, right? Cynicism paints us. At least I have personal anecdotes, encounters with that type of thing. No, we're just not that grateful over here. Joking, of course. You like the idea of spirit of Thanksgiving? I do wonder what part of the population really celebrate in conscious connection with that spirit. Yeah. So Thanksgiving, like most, I would say this is a bit of a generalization. However, I think one of the things that, despite my Chinese heritage and, you know, my ever enthusiasm for the Japanese culture, there's something inherently Americanally quaint about the end of the year celebrations, or in very ideal celebrations. So the winter month and the summer, and it's characterized by not necessarily the objective quality of things, but the sheer dysfunctional of tradition. And what I mean by that is, you know, in Thanksgiving, you got the turkey, you got stuffing, like cranberry sauce, and possibly football, American football, right? And however dysfunction, the thing about the neat thing in these situations is there's something incredibly identifiably stereotyped about what an American Thanksgiving is, and I find that incredibly quaint and charming. So we're not talking about like, when you think about Thanksgiving, there's this historical presence of what that is like, and being there is kind of like the same as, oh, this place is beautiful, I can see it on the computer screen. But when you go there and you're in there, it's like, oh, I get it now. I get why. You know, like if I go to Belgium, right, and you said like this place is really beautiful, and then you show me an image, like, oh yeah, it does look beautiful, and then part of you probably say like, oh, but you gotta be here. It's then you will feel it, right? You'll feel the Belgianness or something, or try to. I think Thanksgiving's one of those when it comes to the American, like sharing a Thanksgiving dinner with a multi-generational American family is something that is incredibly distinctive from sharing a meal on Lunar New Year's with Chinese family. Like, so when it comes to Thanksgiving, I personally think it's very identifiably a representation of the wholesome and charm of being around Americans. It's one of the few. So when it comes to if it's conscious connection with that spirit, I think it's connecting that spirit in the sense of a non-conscious way. So like it's not there to consciously say that you're thankful for something. It's the idea of what being around in Thanksgiving is like. You know, here's my form of Thanksgiving. What happens around Thanksgiving is there's a substantial number of privileged people. Back in the day, like myself, I don't do this anymore because I'm not really like tied with any organization in order to do this. But generally, my idea of Thanksgiving, like my image, is going to a soup kitchen and serving Thanksgiving dinner to the homeless at like a church or something. That's the vision of Americana that I can think of. That's the spirit of Thanksgiving. You're thankful and you're also giving because you're thankful for your privileges. Now, how much is that tied to everyone in the population? That's interesting, but that imagery doesn't go away. And that's also around Christmas time as well, where this is the part of the months that can be really harsh on people, right? It's cold, and a lot of times at the end of the year, the givingness is very represented stereotypically by Americans. Even the whole Christmas spirit tends to be pervasively, charmingly represented by Americans. And then the rest of the year, you know what you see, right? Like, at least in my opinion, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of someone from the outside. Outside of Thanksgiving, Christmas, you start thinking like, oh, what do Americans depict doing? Bickering, protesting, debating, possibly like warmongering, capitalism. That type of thing is really marred. But in Thanksgiving, it's one of the times that I say, if you're looking for an American spirited thing, like the hallmarks of a possibility of wanting to live in the United States, it's probably around November and December, despite it being cold. Like, I understand people don't like going to places when they're cold. I actually quite like the idea of going to Japan during the winter festival in Hokkaido, if I could, or conveniently can. But there's something really quaint about Thanksgiving. And obviously, there's also natural beauty in the United States, largely because not everybody in the world has in valleys and stuff of deciduous trees everywhere and whatnot. So you have those like autumn fall colors, which yes, you can find in like Japan and stuff, represented in social media and whatnot. But there's something about not enjoying turkey that much, but going to a family that is like, oh yeah, this is my recipe, this is the gravy, and you can objectively just see from an outside perspective like, but that gravy is like quote unquote gravy. It's, to a cynic, to someone who's not attached, it's like It's just gravy. Like, that's just turkey. Like, what do you think it is? Sharing a meal at Thanksgiving table with a family who's been there for some time, that's something that is felt and not objectively, objectively consumed on the internet. It's very different. And I imagine it's going to be very different if you go to a quote unquote a thankful holiday in other countries. Their depictions of thanks is quite different. Very interesting. Over here, Thanksgiving is indeed seen as a very stereotypically traditional American thing. Sorry, Canadians. Probably one of the few positive ones. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so if I had to say that how conscious, connected with the spirit, like that spirit of Thanksgiving, is, I would say from outside, if I wasn't living in the United States, I still feel somewhat like an outsider when it comes to Thanksgiving, which makes it all the more interesting when you join a family for American Thanksgiving, right? And when I think about it, and from the outside perspective, I think it's one of the things that are consistently their positive imagery for the American spirit, which that's kind of also why I do enjoy Thanksgiving quite a lot. It's not heavily commercialized and probably ironically cynical, like even Christmas to some extent. Like even Christmas has some of that. Halloween for sure. Promiscuous behavior. Like even Independence Day would be the other thing with a lot of American spirit, right? But Independence Day is not viewed in that same way. It's viewed often with like oftentimes like nose up, condescension and whatnot, and lots of jokes, conflicts, social conflicts, right? Because inevitably Independence Day deals with the results of a conflict, right? A conflict of interest between countries. But Thanksgiving, seldomly, and there is still that one, despite using all the holidays, because we still have to talk about Native Americans. And I understand that there are a bunch of historians and people like to keep perspective of history, to keep one in touch with our history. However, the hate and the malice that is associated with some historical points, I'm not the person who would advocate for trying to hold and keep such hatred and malice as a form of source of reminder to reinforce guilt, especially when there are times for that. And then I don't think holidays and celebratory things have places for that. Although I do find that internationally I have interacted with quite a few foreigners, internationals across my life who prefer that, right? In their respective countries and culture, they prefer to use it as a constant learning experience. And that's fair enough. I think that to me, it's a bit heartwarming that such things, while not forgotten, has not instigated new conflicts around this time of year. I sound very political right now, largely because this stuff can be very sensitive, right? I don't know how different Canadian Thanksgiving is from American Thanksgiving. In fact, I was pretty sheltered back then, and it hasn't been that long since I became aware of Canadian Thanksgiving. Thanks to the internet, the lovely algorithm does provide at least synonymous, like analogous exposure, as opposed to discovery, like truly random, like truly varied discovery. But nowadays, thanks to Thanksgiving, at least, thanks to the internet, thanks to the algorithm, I can at least be informed over time about analogous or adjacent things by chance. Huh. Yeah, Lunar New Year is obviously something that I can't overlook. Like, you can't overlook Lunar New Year when it comes to the inherited Chinese spirit. What would be your most Belgium-y, like, I know this is asking a little bit about the whole, like, what is the most favorite best, but what would your personal preference be when it comes to, like, if you wanted to visit for the sake of the Belgian spirit, right, your particular region, what would that be? No? You only became aware of Canadian Thanksgiving when you were in Canada in October and utterly confused as to why people were already shopping for Thanksgiving. Oh, that's such a cute, that's a really endearing story. I would love to hear the details about how that went about. Have I ever been coincidentally in? No, I don't think so. I think the one, like, something like that would be like living in a place and then just deciding to go out in downtown and realize that there's a convention of bronies in town. That's probably the closest I've gotten to, like, what is going on? Did I miss something? Did My Little Pony just suddenly become really popular? And then I only came to realize that this is a regular thing that has been happening for decades with My Little Pony. So that's probably the closest I got, where, like, it just happens, hey, you know what, let's go, and then I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. What is everyone? And I feel that's kind of one of the convention stuff, typical convention things. Like, each year I go to Otakon, and I would, since I'm wearing like a staff shirt or staff outfit that identifies me pretty well, you have typical people. It's in the DC area, so typically there's at least some visitors during in a regular or just an unexpected time in August. So you get that type of thing a lot. It's like, I don't understand, why is everyone like dressed up like cartoon characters? That's usually how that goes. Like, cartoon characters, that would be the specific word they would use, as opposed to like anime or manga. You would know then that they are probably tourists who are visiting the capital, right? DC, and you often answer a question, you sit down, take like 5 to 10 minutes trying to explain the whole history of otaku culture in the United States in that small brief window. And then of course you tell them, like, it happens every year around this time, maybe I'll see you next year, right? Kind of situation. And that to me kind of reminds me like a holiday. You just happen to, like, maybe one day I'll visit Belgium and I just happen to visit during one of the Belgian holidays, and I'm like, neat. I would love that. That sounds amazing. But I'm actually kind of curious what holiday you would pick. For me, I think it's Thanksgiving. There is something to say about 4th of July, for sure, because of Independence Day. But I quite like Thanksgiving. I don't think it's Christmas, because Christmas around the world is quite eclectic enough, but not necessarily so eclectic that it's not identifiable with everyone else around, like other countries, right? I think Thanksgiving is very uniquely defined. Independence Day is unique inherently around the world. Like, around the world, each country's like Independence Day is uniquely things. So that in itself it's uniquely, consistently unique. I don't think Thanksgiving is in that same ballpark. Despite I just said earlier, other people have harvest festivals, and typically harvest festivals are about giving thanks for the harvest, right? And I feel that's where Thanksgiving kinda related to. It's about celebrating the harvest, farming and crops and whatnot. So because autumn is a time of harvest, or in places that have, I guess, seasonal changes. I'm actually not entirely sure what happens when you live in the tropics or in the like polar regions, like the tundra regions. Like what happens there? Do they have harvest festivals? I mean, is there a harvest cycle? I have no idea. I don't know when. I imagine Japan might have some sort of harvest celebration. It's intriguing. I think about this each year. Try to expand my understanding of the October to December phenomenon. All right. Let's get back to this. I don't think my investment is paying off right now. I'm drawing more of a blank than I've ever drawn before. Man, there's gonna be some growing pains with doing this. South green. Oh, the king. So heck. Oh no, wait. It's te. Right, tater tots. I don't understand. Extent? Boy, howdy. We'll slowly go through these. The heck is a mark?
Shirushi.
Of course it's shirushi. Okay. Oh no, wait. Machinaeru. 今だ Okay. Heck. Oh, I really thought that was. Oh, then this was a mistake. Yes. Oh no, wait. This is mastering, right?
創造的。
創造的。
星占い。
星占い。星占い。第一 something. So to no. Yes.
第一印象。
第一印象。Oops.
Yubinbako.
Yubinbako. Oops. Instead of postal.
Soritsu.
Soritsu. The what? Heck. Oh, wait.
Miburi.
Miburi. Although you don't personally partake, your most Belgian celebration will probably be Carnivals. Okay, the most famous is the Carnival of Viet. What is that about? But overall, those mostly remain pretty local, so each region have its own variant. I see. That sounds delightful. How long does it span? Could you go to like multiple versions within a time, or is it a singular day situation? That would be kind of a cool thing to partake in.
Nukeru.
Oh wait, that's the Fallout. Oh yes, the Carnival season lasts from January to March with the peak event around Mardi Gras. Dang. Yeah, that's the ticket right there. That sounds amazing to travel around Belgium during that time. That's super cool. I would say if that is if you know, having that's the case, half like a week before Thanksgiving into Christmas is probably where I would say, if there's any time, barring like tourism, traffic, and all that, you know, transportation and whatnot, from a week before Thanksgiving to Christmas. Heck, if you're like ambitious, from a week before Thanksgiving to the end of the New Year's is probably the one that would really capture the American spirit. And in a super ideal way, you're visiting a friend in the United States. That would be probably the 3-month period. Like, I don't think there are many things that can equate to capturing what the, for better or for worse, like it might not be for everyone, like, but to capture what it's like, that essence of, well, so what is the feel or vibe of Americans when they do something? That's definitely from maybe a week from Thanksgiving all the way to the after New Year's. And these are nuances such as um, a lot of times it's not associated with going out, if you know what I mean. Like, you don't, despite having sceneries, tourism, like scenic things to do, uninhabitable places, isolation and stuff, it's a lot about staying home, bringing all the things to the home, seeing everyone in a same place. Like, it's a lot less bombastic and eventful than people might think, in a different way. So, like, we're not talking about outrageous ceremonies or um lighting things, and doing extravagant displays and not. It's more like quaint displays. Lots of quaint things. Like seeing a tree decorated, methodically decorating a tree, or being around a fireplace or a place where people gather to exchange gifts in a different manner, in many different manners. But the idea is, it's not the act of the spending per se, it's more the really homey, like, no, we're just gonna laze around spirit that you have to capture. The slowing down of the pace. The pace really does slow down. Just like, I understand you there's depictions of like Black Friday sales and Christmas rushes and stuff. Yeah, that certainly, but I don't think that captures the American spirit as much as you just want to stay home and watch a good football game, right? American football game, that type of thing really captures maybe the stuff that is misrepresented, like being in New Zealand, right? Like, when I went to New Zealand during my college years, one of the often comments that I got from Kiwis, Australians, and English people, right? Like British, was that they kept saying this thing where, like, um we're more laid back than they originally thought. Like, constantly, we're more laid back than they originally thought. And, or whereas in me and my classmates and stuff. And that is coming from somewhere. But it's usually not Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is like, sometimes it's impressive to do something before before the holidays. You sit around staring, and so, I don't know. It's quite something to witness, to slow down for the holidays. There's usually a lot of old traditional folklore involved, which is pretty cool. Although you can definitely just enjoy the partying, costume parades, and lots of drinking, TBH. Yeah. So that's kind of, I feel like there's a duality there too for the portrayal of carnivals and whatnot. You must admit, personally, you're a bit too much of an introvert to seek out those carnival celebrations. I don't think I've ever been to such a thing. Now, there are festivals and there are fairs, but I don't necessarily think they equate to those carnivals. And then obviously there are places that carnivals are celebrated here, like Louisiana, but I have not gone to such things. There is the other side of Americana, which is like Riverside fairs, American festival fairs. Like, they're usually derived from the dominant, like, outside the city. So most of the United States aren't actually like large cities, right? So there are festivals, there are fairs that happen, and they are big deals. Some of them last for like weeks, and they have like permanent grounds. American fairs are somewhat like British fairs, and those things capture Americana as well, but they can be misconstrued and generalized to carnivals, which I don't think so, because whenever I see, in my opinion, depictions of carnivals, especially in Europe, that is wild. Like, that is absolutely wild. When I think of a fair, like a festival, sure, you have the same kind of like imagery, you know, like tents and acts and farm shows. But in the United States, festivals and fairs are typically farm shows. They were about agriculture. So most of the stuff that was held is from agriculture. You know, you have ice cream, like potatoes, creameries, and then they put up these like really quaint things like arts and crafts and whatnot. That's what the carnivals or the festivals are in the United States. I think that's another characteristic of the side that isn't isn't in your face social media attention, but it's one of the common fixtures of Americana life. You go into the suburbs and then it's next to the farm area, and sure enough, sometime around different types of harvests, you're gonna have carnivals like things, like festival like things. Like right now in Halloween, or during Halloween, those farms, like the agriculture and stuff, right? The places, they would do like haunted fields. They would decorate the fields, the cornfields and stuff for Halloween. So that is possible, in my opinion, because of like what the United States is like when it comes to those things. So that captures the stuff, not the necessarily the trick-or-treating. I mean, it does somewhat the trick-or-treating because of the American suburbs is one of the largest areas of like that mass around the United States. I think though, when it comes to social media presence, a substantial amount of the stereotypes that catches people's eyes and stuff, like eye-catching, is derived from, honestly, the really concentrated metropolis areas, right? And yes, there's no shortage of cities in the United States because the United States is a gigantic country. At the same time, though, the vast majority of the United States landscape rarely get a representation in social media, because it's kind of like most what foreigners will say. It's like, well, this country has a remarkable, beautiful thing too, and they have this very specific one that's super, super cool. And I'm like, yeah, but in the United States, it's consistently everywhere. So like, it's meaty, it's not the best, it's just consistently everywhere. So it's like mediocrely everywhere, which does not consistency and availability of something that isn't like top quality or bottom quality rarely gets attention in the on the internet. So where like someone's like, oh hey, look at Colorado's mountain, you know, the Rocky Mountains, it's like that's not cool. This country has the tallest mountain, and like the coolest thing is like, yeah, but if you go there, that's the one, and everyone, you know, like everyone will flock there. It's like, that's great, that's a hot spot. When to capture Americana, you have to travel the United States, because it's not the necessarily the bombastic. There are those things like New York City and whatnot, but when you leave outside, everything is consistently varied in a way like your local, like when you're describing the local variations of your carnival celebrations. I do feel living in the United States make me want to appreciate that more than the bombastic, like singular hotspots of the internet hustle bustle, right? Like when I think of visiting some place, Like, I'm still going to visit Tokyo at some point, and I've already made somewhat of an unofficial arrangement with someone else. But I'm not gonna go there to like do a hustle bustle, high octane hit of all the hotspots. I want to go to Tokyo and roam around, like have wanderlusts, see the consistencies and the ebb and flows from the day to day. So it's not an itinerary that's going to be packed with hotspot to hotspot to hotspot. I think that's something that I want to part away from. I think that's what leads to stereotypes that create culture shock and whatnot. And it might feel great for some people, but I think living in the United States have made me appreciate the idiosyncrasies between different regions. Not necessarily always hitting the highs and the possible lows. I like seeing the consistent part of culture. You do somewhat partake in American Thanksgiving in the sense that I do watch Thanksgiving football. Oh yeah, that's right. You do like American football. That's true. So I imagine you would do like Sunday football, right? When I was invited to Thanksgiving, after the meal, the midday meal, it's almost 100%, like near 100% Sunday night football after that. Or like Thursday night into all the way to Sunday. Like, it's just football. You kind of do feel a somewhat different vibe, even though the screen, if that makes sense. Yeah, even through the screen. Carnivals are pretty wild things indeed. Very busy, very loud, and lots of alcohol. Usually beer. Yeah, like, hear me out. When you go to a farm show, when you go to a farm show and festival, there is rarely beer. Like, what I mean is, beer is not the reason you go there, but you can get beer. Obviously, you can get libations, but generally it's a family activity. So libations are very strict, right? You're taking kids there, so it's like less than you have to even probably it would have to be like a microbrew or a local brew where it's like roped off for adults. So the American fairs that you see, it's a family event. So generally, that's not what they go for. What they go for is pretty much what people keep saying outside, the mediocre carnival food that nostalgia and tradition has acclimated the local consumer to enjoy, barring the whole health thing and all that stuff. That's gaining nostalgia and feelings for the sake of like optimization and healthiness and all that stuff, right? It's the funnel cakes, the deep fried pickles, and your local kettle corn producer. It's farm stuff, and then ice cream for sure. Like as many different creameries as possible, different types of milk, honey, and all the local arts and crafts. That's a farm show. But they're usually called fairs, like county fairs. Probably that's the most consistent term that I would use or see being used. It's the local county, and it's the farm show fair that the local county is hosting. And there are ones that last for a week. There are places that they're permanent fixtures, despite fairs feel like they're temporary things, because there are fairgrounds around these counties. So when you're driving through the United States that's not in the metropolitan area, which is still like 80% of the United States, I would say that's a pretty generous number. 80% of the United States is not cities, right? And those, when you drive around, if you see like a huge complex or a big open ground randomly that's sparse at the moment, that's probably a campground. It's a festival fair, like festival ground, fairground area that would be set up at a very specific time, which that to me is boring for most people that are on the internet looking for like the best hotspots in Japan. But to me, that boringness is something that can be appreciated when one gets older, possibly. And that's American life. It's kind of slothy. It's slothy, but I actually think that type of Americana spirit, it might actually be the thing that will help counter the escalating excitement and dopamine dump that is the internet. I actually truly believe that whatever the Americana style is, like the kind of domesticated American thing, will be like a cycle. You know how human culture tends to cycle when to compensate. Like there was a period that we really love this, and then now it's the opposite, or like contrasting, and then the opposite, and then the opposite. I think the whole idea of a calmer, simpler, like consistent lifestyle may be coming back. At least in the United States, it's pretty felt. Like Gen Z is kind of like warming up to the idea of the stability of the peoples from the 80s, as of like 70s, 80s, as opposed to like the millennials, like, you know, the late 80s to early 2000s, where it kept escalating. Things kept getting faster. Paces get faster. Like people stop spending time with each other because it's about the events that make your life exciting. And nowadays there's a little bit of resurgence of, well, high octane fun is great, but what about togetherness and sitting and appreciating the sunset with a cup of your favorite beverage, having a unnecessarily but occasional typical unhealthy indulgence with your favorite family member or something like that. That's, in my opinion, what I feel like when I think of the Americana lifestyle. The metropolitan area definitely represents something, but I think oftentimes the thing that it's constantly being compared to is the epitome of metropolitan experiences right now, like Tokyo. So whenever New York City is brought up, Tokyo is in the conversation, right? And then whenever Americana backyard thing is brought up, you have the quote unquote the pristine environments cherry picked through Europe as an example. And my thought is, yeah, but when you're traveling and you go to like a trip, you see that for a lifetime. And I mean, it already probably takes a lifetime for someone to go through Europe or a European country and bask in its wonderful, majestic visages and whatnot. But in the United States, I think it even takes more than a single lifetime. And that's kind of the things that get glossed over, in my opinion. The quaintness of it, not the bombastic internet portrayal of things. And I kind of like it. I mean, I guess I sound like a boomer at this point. I like the relaxing, consistent day-to-day and trying to appreciate the smaller, finer details. You think you talked about it once already, but some time ago you had a dream plan to do a multi-year road trip of the United States and really get to explore land culture way beyond. Yeah, it was when we were talking about the book that I still haven't read enough of. I read like 1 or 2 chapters. Is it called On the Road? Yeah, I still haven't finished reading that. And then when it was talking about that, I was talking about Travels with Charlie. John Steinbeck's Travel with Charlie is probably a really wonderful example of trying to capture Americana in its romantic sense. Like, if Tokyo has like, if Japan has the rice paddies, rice field idea, that little like romanticization of the rice fields and the countryside, the United States literally have that in the sense without having to glow it up on how big it is, right? While it's, in my opinion, a part of Japan, that whole thing in the United States, it is the United States. It's, in my opinion, it's far underrepresented compared to the hustle bustle of New York and like California and whatnot. And it can be very boring. However, I don't think that when I say boring, I'm not referring to the boredom that people are experiencing online, like where things aren't exciting enough. I think it's boring in the sense that it's therapeutic for people who are addicted to the fast-paced life. I actually remember whenever I returned home from the city, right, from all the hustle bustle, that week that I'm home for Thanksgiving, I am sloth as sloth can get. Like, hey, what do you guys want to do? You want to eat? Like, okay, what do you want to do later? You want to eat? Like, then what are you gonna do? Nap? Cool. And then you get up, it's like, do you guys want to eat? And the whole time is you're hanging out with people who finally get a time to like take a chill pill. And to me, while yes, that could be represented in obesity, overweight, like eating too many carbs and being really lazy and not having fitness, actually, in contrast to what most people think, despite having weight control and all that stuff being true, actually the fitness culture is most, like, arguably even stronger in the United States than any other country. And that's not because it's a good or a bad thing. It's largely because there is a problem. So where there's a problem, there's an attempt to address it. So it's not necessarily, the fitness culture is great. Like if you want to go hiking, that's kind of the thing to do. Like whenever someone says, hey, you want to chill and do something, yeah, let's go for a run. That would be it. Let's go for a bike ride. That doesn't mean that there are other pressures that counteract that fitness, right? And obviously from the outside, most people have made this quite clear on the internet about consumption, like overconsumption, like food and whatnot, and food accessibility. But man, fitness it's very difficult to like, and we're talking about the fitness that's being portrayed online, right? Not like normal management fitness, like having an active lifestyle and all that. That's highly represented by Japan, right? At the moment. But when we're talking about fitness for the sake of fitness, yeah, you can't overlook that. I almost feel like it's now identifiably American. Where like what do you do in the morning? You run. Like, oh, but I can't run in the morning. You run in the evening. Like, what else you do? Walk, more walk. I really want to walk, but I don't want to walk, but I need to walk. That the conversation around fitness is nonstop. I would love to think that in other countries where there isn't a large concern for like weight loss or that type of thing, I doubt the conversation revolves around fitness. I think fitness is like 7 out of 10 times there's gonna be a conversation about fitness. I'm curious. Obviously, I haven't visited other countries, so I don't know what the flow of conversation is like in the non-internet represented way, right? Over here, a family event is absolutely not contradictory to alcohol. Yeah. In the United States, obviously, we still have the 21-year-old, 20-year thing, and then people argue, well, it's because you didn't acclimate your child to drinking responsibly or something of that nature. It's like, that's understandable. And because of that, also, that means that county fairs and whatnot do not, form a culture around alcohol. And then sure enough, alcohol's quality or perceived quality is lower, but that also means that there's an exchange for that. There are other things that are emphasized, like children activity. I'm actually kind of curious. In a carnival, are there animals? Like, is animals a central fixture? Because oftentimes fairs, the thing that I think about animals, like goats, chickens, rabbits, tons and tons of dogs, cats, maybe even specific dog-cat gatherings at the same time, horses. Like that's what I think about when I think about going to a quote unquote carnival of some sort or a festival. Fish, like really really questionable suspicious games. You know, shooting galleries, not that type of shooting, like water guns and darts and throwing darts, questionable balls throwing in baskets and milk jugs and cans. That's kind of my thought. You say relationship to alcohol is actually one of the bigger cultural differences I personally noticed between Europe and the US, which is once again fascinating to observe. Yeah, and actually there's a hyper compensation for that right now. In the United States, at least from, and this is ongoing, right? Because Gen Z is getting older as they're going, but the Gen Z in the United States are trending away from alcohol, which the millennials, I feel like around this area and stuff, had trend towards the alcohol culture, like something like the idea of cultivating that type of craft. But Gen Z here, like, it's quite significantly trending away from it. Now, that's not to say the alcohol beverage themselves, like the taste and the socializing aspect and the camaraderie around drinking a beverage, right, in a place, that's really high. That's the thing that's trending upward to counterbalance or compensate for the lack of social interactions online. However, the actual consumption of the ethanol, that type of thing, has taken a really big nosedive into a point where that having the semblance of drinking the alcohol, like non-alcoholic beverages, that's a wave that is actually kind of felt in other countries as well. But I like to think it's quite marketed and popularized in the United States, like most things when it comes to trends. So things like Liquid Death and virgin cocktails, right? Non-alcoholic cocktails are something that is becoming a standard fixture. So times are somewhat shifting. Considering that millennials, at least in the United States, are not the target audience, like the target market purchasing power anymore. It's Gen Z, and many of the trends of Gen Z is kind of bucking and changing against the prior generation, which is the generation I kind of most associate with when it comes to these things. And it's really interesting. I am a person of change, so it's very humbling to see how society shifts from generation to generation. I mean, I don't really rely on nostalgia and tradition to find happiness in things. That could be because of my feelings of that my life haven't ever had some sort of consistent cultural dominance, right? For a lot of Americans, though, this could be seen as tragic or whatnot, because tradition is something that is buried deep in multi-generational humans, right? Humans find comfort in maintaining traditionalism. That is a human condition. I'm not immune to that. The thing is, my life's culture has created an environment in which I find it more comforting dealing and like adapting to constant change than to settle on any particular pattern. You say relationships to alcohol is let's see. To be honest, rural Americans get a pretty bad rep over here, mostly because of the whole they vote for and the underlying values we tend to associate them with. Like, yeah, ultra conservationism, xenophobia, and yeah, misogyny. Misogyny. Now, hear me out though. All those things are negative words for alternative words that other countries with no dissonance and heavy homogenized culture, right? Ultra conservatism could be seen as traditionalism if everyone agrees on the same customs. Xenophobia is considered camaraderie and loyalty and nationalism if there's no disagreement in values. And then misogyny could be associated with traditionalism. But it's not seen that way because from a lens from outside, it seems as odd with their own culture. But within your own culture, if you live in a homogeneic culture, right, someone with great solidarity, that comes with xenophobia, conservatism, and misogyny. If you were originally a patriarchal society, I mean, it could be the other way around. If you had a predominant matriarchal society, so those like bad reps come with not looking at the lens reflected on yourself, looking at the mirror. I think it's quite a lot easier to form a bad rep or a stereotype view of something when the group also is very unified and homogenous in their culture, which is ironic in my opinion, because then when you look at the reflection, or like when someone looks through the lens at the other end, they also see conservatism, xenophobia, and prejudice or discrimination, right? Because you're also being able to form an idea that is a misrepresentation. It's really interesting how humans navigate that, both as a group and an individual, right? Like, for instance, if I think of xenophobia, I also think of traditionalism. You go to a place and someone tells you, you can't do that. Everyone else does this. Sorry. Xenophobia. But you could call it something else. You could call it discrimination or uncultured, right? Like, you could say it's uncultured as opposed to xenophobia, but let's just say conservatism and xenophobia go hand in hand with strong solidarity, nationalism, and traditionalism. So if it's a positive, if the country is doing well, and they are trendy, then they are no longer xenophobic or conservative. They are traditional and elegant or rustic or nationalistic, right? The moment the country has a culture that is non-trending, disagreeable, then it can be viewed as being conservative and xenophobic, in my opinion. Like, this is a thought experiment, or like maybe a relative in the conversation. Like, what is xenophobic? Telling someone that if you go to a country, you have to speak that language. Because the explainer is that the country has no interest in knowing that they get money and tourism from other countries, but they can't be bothered to learn language to communicate and bridge. It's two ways, right? It's two ways, but it favors the one that has the benefit of the doubt versus the other one. So what is xenophobic about traditionalism, where a country does not respect that other people speak countries and be welcoming to that? That's xenophobia. Or inherently, when it comes to ignorance, xenophobia is when you're aware of the differences and you're uncomfortable with it. But it's ignorance when you're unaware of it and you still reflexively discriminate, right? A great example in Japan would be you go there and suddenly you speak either with an accent in Japanese, or you speak English, and then if you go to certain areas, there will be a bumble, right? Because that's what is that? That's conservatism, right? That's traditionalism being unintentionally ignorant and uncultured. But those words are not as negative as just simply not enjoying other people. And for the record, xenophobia, it's starting to trend somewhat to xenophobia when it comes to countries that get a lot of visitors. So Japan is one of them. Japan is one of the countries that is having a rise in representation of xenophobia, but I don't see it necessarily as xenophobia, but more like unwelcoming, right? Or politely unwelcoming. And it happens. I think it happens. I think ultimately those words have other words associated with them when the overall perception of the stereotype is either seen as negative at the time or seen as positive, right? Like I do have to remember, we do have to remember, while Japan has a form of isolation for some time, Japan at one point in history didn't have something that they have today, and that's often the benefit of the doubt. As with many other countries, like gone through periods of so. Right now, though, I can definitely agree. Americans definitely is a really, really convenient punching bag. And it's strange to say that because I barely share characteristics with that hypothetical rural American that is a punching bag, or the stereotypical metropolis going American. And yet I still can process the idea that, yeah, it can, spreading negative hate and seeing the half glass empty often is something that I feel is a lose-lose as opposed to win-win. No animals in these carnivals, really? Oh, okay. There's a pretty famous one where there's an reenactment of a battle between St. George and a dragon, if you want to count that. I would love to see that, honestly. Is the dragon mechanical? Or are we talking about like lion dancing situation where you have peeps in a multi-length dragon costume? Belgium is probably one of the most liberal countries on earth with our neighbors, the Netherlands, so it is indeed seen as a clear contradiction to the values held by the majority here. Yeah, it's weird. And I feel the same way living in the United States. Like, you can the nature of living in a place filled with different people is that you expect contradiction. And that's interesting. I think that's really interesting. I think seeing a country that is so homogeneically clear on maybe ideas that is inconceivably agreed on in the United States is what I would say would be a possible impasse between it. Like, seeing contradiction and alternative perspective is living in a country with contradiction and alternative perspectives. Only looking outwards and never looking in the mirror, in my opinion, or avoiding looking in the mirror, is a country that is unified, consistent. Despite some nuances, like regional nuances, they are unified in their cultural things that make them more unified than the country they're calling contradictions for, or like trying to stereotype for. Because on the one hand, you can find both opinions about, you can find multiple contradictory opinions about the United States, but those contradictions actually probably also come from the Americans that reside in the country. A country that has many people and many systems are self-contradictory, right? Like they will be diversified. So who is to say that someone that lives in that type of environment may be more suited to seeing contradictions and different angles than someone who has such bold clarity about a diverse country from a seemingly less diverse country. And I like to think that my parents give me a lens into what it's like from a Chinese perspective. And again, a lot of times people, in my opinion, especially very loyal and nationalistic countries, can demonstrate that it's not about the size of the country. You know, although with size and the amount of people, there's a higher probability of having diversified perspectives. It's often how the organizing body negotiates how tightly perspective is, right? Like how nationalistic it is. So whenever it comes with stereotypes, the heavy vocals are the ones that are most nationalistic. And inherently, in my opinion, they have the highest propensity to be xenophobic and conservative, relatively speaking. You can call something else conservative relative to another country, but rarely I feel it's ever compared to your own country because there's not a self-analysis required for that. If everyone agrees with you, or like there's a coherence in it. So like, for example, what is a great confirmation bias? I could use science. Like I can constantly think, oh man, the human cell, it is an absolute marvel of nature. And then with that homogenization, like if you ask a biologist, right, if at some point collectively biologists will say the cell is absolutely wonderful, but then there's a subset of disagreements like, no, the cell is awesome, but the organism is awesome, right? That's outside of a specific field. So when it's unified, it can seem like other things are less clear than the things that you are available. But when you step back and look at other things that contains your system, it can create more contrast. And one of them is like, oh man, there's so much xenophobia. You step back and you think, what is associated with xenophobia? Traditionalism, at least in my opinion. Now, there is a little argument for xenophobia. Xenophobia might be seen as outward, and then traditionalism is seen as inward. However, when I see someone say, you're eating this wrong because this is the right way to eat it, that's xenophobia to me too. So are you afraid that now there is another way to spin this? If you're traditionalist, you can spin it in a positive way. You can say, no, I want you to eat it the right way because I want you to appreciate our traditions, right? And that is viewed as a positive way of saying that. But it's very reminiscent of, you can't do what you like because there's only one right way to do it. And you will fail to understand our way and like possibly even insult our way if you don't do it right. I mean, it might still be very polite and stuff, but that is also generating a lot of similarities between xenophobia and conservatism. So I don't know. It's interesting. The dragon is not really mechanical. Okay. You believe it's more like a large prop carried by a group of like 10 people. Wow. Oh yeah, that's cool. So when I said the lion dance thing, you know about lion dances, right? I'm not entirely sure. You know, these guys. You know. And then there'd be like a person here, a person here, a person here. The Chinese stuff. Usually it's only actually two people, but the lion dance stuff, that's why I was imagining maybe it's where like a bunch of people holding up a costume or something. But I would love to see. Maybe I'm gonna write a note to myself. There's probably some internet images of what that is. I like to think there are. Yeah, liberal countries. Huh. It's such a fascinating topic. The idea, I feel like both. I want to say both. A mix of conservative, moderacy for the times. I like to think that, to echo the human condition, perfection is removing subjectivity, right? In order to achieve perfection and optimization is to remove subjectivity. And since the last time I checked, subjectivity is what defines humanity, I like to think that all these things, when we talk about it in another 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, it would change. It would ebb and flow, right? Who knows? We might be speaking in entirely different terms in the future, where like xenophobia becomes preservationism, like responsive reflexive preservationism. Or conservatism would be like anti-diversification. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of what it's like to embrace and be realistic about being human and belonging to this weird species of people who ebb and flow as like poetically and humorously ebb and flow, fickle, self-contradictory, etc. Because of the times, what it calls for, like the challenges as a whole species or individual, it ebbs and flows because we solve problems, make new problems while solving the problem, which makes new problems, which then solves problems. We have to solve the problems we make in which we solve, right? And constantly back and forth. So living a life being able to appreciate that is probably why I feel like talking about these things is somewhat of an inherent celebration of human nature. Maybe one day another species will come by and they're like hyper optimizing, right? And that hyper optimization makes them like a singularity. And when they become a singularity, it's like you're basically just talking to one entity. I talked about singularity before, where if you want to be objective and you remove the humanness in most things, then there can only be one answer. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I can't even conceive that, largely because of my humanity. At least I feel that the intrinsic nature of humanity is to buck at the idea that there is unity in opinion. And yet the most comforting things and the laziest things we do is to strive for that unity, while at the same time constantly creating vacuums for diversity. So it's often a ebb and flow, because when change happens and humans are challenged with a problem, it is diversity that creates the new solutions for the challenge, because a change has happened. In an ideal world for pure conservatism and homogeny and traditionalism is when the environments and our life stop challenging us with the need to change, right? So if the world was perfectly objectively static, then yes, you can strive for pure traditionalism and unchanging nostalgia. And yet, humans evolve to buck at that too, in my opinion. The instinct that when something stays static and continuously consistent, it becomes dull and boring, right? So inherently, a lot of things about the human condition explains a lot of the dynamics that we go back and forth. On the one hand, doing something incredibly consistent is the most desirable, lazy, low effort thing that we would love to do for the rest of our life momentarily. And in the moment it becomes hyper efficient, commonplace, and reductive, it becomes derivative, boring, and unstimulating. So then we seek to go through a period of diversification and stimulation and innovation. And then the cycle repeats itself. There's often a lot of depictions of the cyclic nature of the human condition. And I feel that that is also perceived as generational changes happen, especially with cultures, as a bigger take on things. Personally, you highly value individual freedom, individualism as opposed to collectivism, but of course, one person's freedom ends where another begins, and that's usually complicated. Exactly. As the current flow of American thoughts, like the existing American thought that I think of in the environment I live in, I do favor individualism a bit more than collectivism. And it's funny because right now I favor individualism, especially online. Like if someone comes by and hears me talk or asks me for my opinion and stuff, a lot of times most of the stuff that come out of my mouth is about individualism or portraying individualism. Now, it's not necessarily because I live an individualistic life. I think there's an overrepresentation of collectivism. And this collectivism is incredibly hyper objectified by the internet. So that highly objectified, self-selected collectivism is creating a imbalance for appreciation of individualism. And to me, the symptom of that is having humans behave collectively like a collective. And with that comes an exaggeration of all the lack of imbalance or like lack of balance in that behavior. And one of them is feeling value in one's action, feeling value in one's agency, which is the value of individual freedom or the perception of individual freedom, with an overrepresentation of a hyper objective collectivism online. One's actions and individual freedom to make those actions are sidelined and diminished, either consciously, intuitively, subconsciously. It often equates to someone feeling incredibly small and irrelevant, regardless of what they do. And the symptom of that is someone who steeps, sits, and drowns in determinism and nihilism. And it's very hard to get those individuals to feel happy. That's what I spent like the last. We're touching on a topic that I spent the last 7 days, like 13 out, like 11 to 13 hours back to back days talking about. And it's all related to the idea that if you're already appreciating individualism, the internet kind of hyperly promotes collectivism. It's so hyper because it's also automated, right? You don't need to interact with a human to create collectivism now. It's the irony because collectivism is strong in Eastern culture. And what does the algorithm trend towards, or the other way around? What about maybe it's people who are really used to their individualism and now they find that collectivism is incredibly provocative, right? Or it could be the internet's algorithm is naturally complementing collectivism. And collectivism is far stronger in Eastern cultures, which aligns with the algorithmic business hyper-objective way of doing data science. Data science inherently leads to a singular answer or attempts to optimize for a singular answer. That creates collectivism. If the purest form of collectivism is a singularity, which is where everyone is on the same page at all times and any time. So the counter to that, if there are symptoms of any, is the symptom of collectivism. So when someone tells me they're not creative because other people are creative for them, that's collectivism. At least in my opinion, that's a collective way of looking at things. Not that if you choose to be creative, you can become creative. That's not the same anymore, right? Everything is with respect to the group and groups that you don't identify to and groups that you do identify to. So when you think of stereotypes, statistical averages, population statistics, that is collectivism being comparative and contrasting between collective groups, as opposed to, hey, this is what I do, this is what you do. Let's exchange ideas, because there's not enough statistical backing as a collective to represent who should be the right person or the right way or the best way to do something. That's individualism. We only have each other as our own singular examples of each other's choice. So it's ever interesting and intellectually rewarding to exchange ideas as individuals. But when we start exchanging ideas as collectives, then there's a statistics game in here. Who's the biggest group? The biggest group tend to have the right of way. They tend to be the one. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of like weaponized democracy. I know that's a really hot take, a weaponized democracy. But generally speaking, how do you weaponize democracy? Majority rules. So when it comes to the online thing, the algorithm collects majority rules. So when someone says, this is the best way to learn language, like Japanese, you and whose army? Your collective. It's not you that specifically think it's the best way. It's your collective. The people who are backing you. The likelihood of other people agreeing with you is the strength of the collective perspective, right? Despite sometimes it's so strong, despite the reality that another majority group disagrees with the collective, it is whoever is the individual that will lose the argument. They will be squelched online. You are inherently going to be squelched because right now online, it's not malicious, it's not targeted, it's optimal. When something is optimal, individualism online is squelched. Like, to be an individual online is inherently something that will become unrewarding. And then being hyperly collective also means that you have to be okay and manage the idea that you don't have to rely on individualism to be happy. Is that possible? I'm not sure yet. Like, maybe. Give it another 5 years. But to me, I think it's already happening. Compensation for that. So instead of having like, you know, you might be thinking, wait, but I don't get it. Isn't everything online targeted to the individual? Right? You sit around and you think like, wait, but all the ads are targeted towards me. Like, they're targeted towards you based on collective data. That's optimization. And what happens is you have to understand where the data is coming from. The data is based on a population. You might be thinking, well, maybe they're only using your personal data, right? Your personal data to track and do that. That's fair if you allow it, I suppose. And also, if you think that somehow you're like you don't have individual choice, so when you don't make the choices in the first place, somehow tracking your personal data is going to create the choice for you somehow. Like, what I mean is, nowadays it's kind of a chicken or the egg situation right now. If someone is already basing their actions on collective data, like whatever is most represented, personally tracking that enhances that data, like that pattern. So now you get into the point where people are like, oh, I really like this, and they proceed to tell me all the things that it doesn't provide. Like, how did it happen? How could I spend the vast majority of the people who say they have free time and they choose to use it poorly? In retrospect, not in the moment. So whenever I ask someone to reflect on their use of their free time, they have often say that their free time was squandered or wasted because they thought it was a good idea at the moment, but upon reflection, it was not. That's wild. And I continue to like kind of beat over the head with this topic of, I don't think a lot of times people are making intentional individualistic choices when they have individualistic privileges. And those are privileges, by the way. We're talking about privilege because not everyone has choices of freedom, like freedom of choice. Like, what I mean is they have time to do that. They have obligations. That's when optimization is great. When you want collectivism, you want collectivism when there's obligation. But when there is free time, which is the privilege that humans have, right? You have to choose. So when that collectivism bleeds into a period in your life in which you have individualistic choice, it becomes the same. So then you don't make any choices for yourself. In fact, the place to start is to intentionally choose what you typically do in order to feel the decision process. So right now, most of my conversations are about encouraging people to make intentional decisions despite collective data and collectivism. So if you can get someone to even choose to be part of a collective, that is a great way to bridge, to allow them to understand, why is it that you choose this? It's a combination of both feeling like you belong to something and choosing to belong to that thing. Those two things are two different things right now. Some people say they have no choice to be part of a collective. You can only be a part of a collective to be successful. And then when you're given the choice, when that collective doesn't demand anything of you, like a free time, your personal time, they would sit there and say, I don't know what to do with myself. I'm bored, but I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to wait until the collective culture tells me that I'm going to have to do something. So like, you work, then you have free time, you have no idea what to do because your collective doesn't reveal anything about that, right? And then it's like, okay, I guess I'll just not do anything until the collective has scheduled me for a normalized behavior to go back to work. So now you have individuals who do that instead, where I increasingly get discussions where whenever someone is given a choice, they're bored because they have no idea what to choose for themselves. And then, but they're still content. I'm not saying like they're absolutely miserable or anything like that, but there's a void missing. There isn't a balance, a counterforce for individual thought and individual thought in the collective decision making. To be fair, it's part of the individual freedom to join groups and communities. That's exactly what I'm referring to. But then these groups should not try to exercise pressure or authority on outsiders, and they often tend to try to do that. Exactly. And the internet is doing that in an optimized way where you can't blame anyone but yourself. You see how, like, it's very unintentional. It's not insidious. It sounds insidious, right? But I think it's a feedback loop instead. So when you choose to join a group, right, on the internet, that group's image is reinforced by optimization. So what happens is that once you're part of that group, you no longer leave the optimization. You can't choose to not go to the group. You become dependent on that group because that feedback loop is so strong that it consumes your perception of choice. At least that's in my opinion. On the cases of which people can't make choices. Like they don't engage in decision making anymore. Right? There's no decision making. And what I mean by that is there's no decision making and there's no desire to do so. And that to me is when individualism goes to die. The moment when someone says, well, I don't really want to make a choice. It's easier to just go back to the group and have the group tell me what to do. Like, I mean, why waste energy looking for desire and passion and then trying something for happiness? And then this was another topic I was talking about, which can mean sadness too, right? Like that's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort, and yet it can still result in sadness. And my message to those individuals often is, when you are sad, when you try to do something from your desire, it also means that thing you did has a chance to make you happy too, because it's an emotional choice. You have made an individual choice to risk hoping for happiness, but it also comes with sadness. Like an ability to disappoint is also an ability to reward or anticipate. The reason why it's emotionally distraught is if you're doing something that isn't emotionally distraught, you become numb to it because there isn't a decision to be made. The decision is made for you. And oftentimes it creates a numbness. There's no stake. You're not staking anything in it. You're being dictated by what it is. You believe we can categorize people to a large extent with a number of parameters, which can definitely be useful, efficient in some contexts? Absolutely. When obligation is a thing and when consistency is required. Like for example, being fed, being healthy, the foundations, minimally creating sustainable lifestyles for your biological systems that absolutely requires a consistent, meticulous maintenance. Sleeping, right? Those things are objectively wonderful, and it's in the area of science, right? Pure objectivity. But choice, or at least the perception of choice, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to go that far yet. I mean, I've engaged in this conversation before. People have challenged me, and I'm like, okay, maybe in the future, I don't know. But some people don't think that choice is choice anymore, right? And I don't know if that's something of a symptom of this, or that it's actually true. At least I like to think the choices I make has not been a product of the algorithm. As in, like, the way I'm learning Japanese, it's clearly not obeying whatever the algorithm tells me it is. I guarantee you it's not. The first thing I would have done was to quit Duolingo by day 2. Which I didn't. In fact, I still talk about Duolingo today. So, as far as I'm aware, the algo has not won over me because I found value where there wasn't value, largely because some consensus said that there shouldn't be any value there. That is a little bit a way to a litmus test for me to understand that I still make individual choices despite collective parameters. Right? Collective parameters definitely are great and effective at informing your decision making. In my opinion, it is balanced by your own personal desires and passion, right? Your individualism. Nowadays, it's not that anymore. And that's why a perception of choicelessness and like no options is quite pervasive right now. Yesterday I was talking to someone that I can kind of see through the subtext when they said, what happens if you desire something? What happens if you desire straight A's and you can't get straight A's? What do you do? Where do you start? This is where self-discovery is fantastic. Characterize what this is and see if there are other sources. Or you can bend the rules and do other ways to achieve the feelings. You can break it up. You can analyze it on an individualistic level, because collectively, it's easier to say A's are not straight A's. Collectively, right? And this, when someone says this about happiness, this is the epitome of collective parameters, as in collective parameters don't have feelings. So when you have this, there's also no choice. When the option, the optimal option, is not something you find achievable. So like, for example, how do you want, whatever you start with, whatever career you want, what is the optimal answer? Be number one. It's not be top 10. It's not be top 100. It's be number one is what I get from younger people, right? And that is the objectively, categorically number parameter answer. Be the best. If you can't be the best, then there is no option to be happy. And it doesn't have to be number one. Some people might, it's whatever the collective says. Oh, okay. What does the collective say about your field? Be top 1,000. So that means only 1,000 of the collective will be satisfied with their performance at any one time. Anyone else? No choice. You have no individual variability that can account for this parameter. If you're not in the top 1,000, that's it. It's a parameter. There's no subjectivity involved. Are you number 1,000 or lower? You're not? That's too bad. What does this look like? Pretty much any competitive game right now. It's not what the developer designed it for. For like, I'm not saying a human is responsible for this. Like, what I mean is someone didn't immediately thought creating a competitive game would create the symptoms that it would do, like or not necessarily the symptoms, but corollary behavior, right? Like, no one's saying like, aha, now I'm gonna go make all my millions of players really upset because I added a leaderboard, right? The idea is the game as a whole is not responsible for all of this person's life, right? It's the individualism that will allow someone to see the difference between someone who's healthy, thinking this, seeing this, knowing this, versus someone who is seeing this and having an unhealthy decision-making lifestyle or a non-sustainable lifestyle. Like, for example, sacrificing everything to be in the top 1,000 when you can be the top 10,000 and then be the top 30,000 elsewhere or something, because you have more choices, not a singular choice. I can't tell you enough how I can't tell you enough how when someone speaks, when I ask them, what are you going to do today? And they come out like they say like, oh yeah, I'm off work. What are you gonna do today? To be happy, or like, oh, you're kind of down. What do you do? They would cite like one thing. One thing. And it would be the best thing. It would be the most likely thing. As opposed to a combination of things or different things depending. And then someone else would say, it depends, right? And then I would ask them, so you have two really polar opposites. It depends. And the one thing. The one thing is kind of scary. I tend to worry about the one thing when someone only cites one thing as a clear distinction of that's the only thing that they can do to be happy. And then the it depends come with communication skills. Whenever someone say it depends, it means that they're, in my opinion, they're deficient in communication skills, because it depends doesn't answer the question. It depends is telling me that in both cases, they might not make an action or decision. When you say it depends, it is a way to brush over not being able to explain how you made your decision. There's a high chance that doesn't mean that person is able to make that decision in the first place. It's easier to say it depends, but that it depends could be go online and see what someone tells you what it is. But in the end, if you apply, you get a smaller and smaller group until you get unique individuals, like a giant game of Guess Who with 8 billion. That's fair. If you can, but hear me out. You're saying if you apply parameters, to a smaller and smaller group, right? When you say that. But that's not true, because there's one really big example. When you're applying a parameter, you're applying a collective parameter on people that are already affected by the collective parameter. That's an echo chamber. It would be an echo, not individualism. You will technically still get a single individual once you keep getting smaller and smaller groups. But right now, it's already established to be echoing. Right? You're making the assumption that the individuals form the groups in the first place, and then when you narrow them down from a larger and larger group, you get the individual. And then maybe when you get the individual, you reapply it to a non-related group, and then you get mixing, and that mixing can create, then going to smaller groups could create an individual. But if the thing is already echoing, no matter how small it is, it'll still reflect the collective if the echo is strong enough, right? So like if someone is grown up and they have echoed their preferences, what is to say that the echo was a product of the echo that exists already? And that's like a chicken or the egg question, which I was alluding to earlier. Like, it's very difficult to know nowadays whether the individual that comes from a larger and larger group, by looking at a larger and larger group going down to a smaller and smaller group, is that person an individual that's making decisions based on an echo chamber, or a decision proliferated by outside the echo, whatever is outside the echo. And you say, to you, this problem you describe seem more prevalent in American Asian culture? No. I think it is, well, actually, yes and no. I agree with you that it is represented by Asian culture with the combination of Americanized enterprising. But I disagree with you if you think Europeans are different. The people I'm describing are not Americans. My experience are almost exclusively European, with an occasional like someone from China and Malaysia and stuff. In fact, they usually come from places that are related to European culture, like Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, India. I'm not sure about Japan. Japan, I'll give you that. I think it's collectively Japan. So for better or for worse, do you think Europeans on average do not have the same drive to combat? I disagree. Not on the internet. You might be thinking about people off the internet. I would strongly contest that's not the truth. That's not it. I think we're talking about the isolation of the internet. Like if you're thinking like a European who doesn't say as an Italian, this is the right way to do things and this is the only way to enjoy something, I think that is sadly misunderstood, in my opinion. Like I would agree probably Europeans that are not on the internet chronically, that's fair. I would give you that because I don't actually know. I've never lived in Belgium. You'd love to keep going, but you just saw the time. You definitely need to get back to sleep. Gotta work tomorrow, so let's pick up another time. Yeah, I agree. I think this is a really excellent place to talk about in the future. The contrast, because I would really like to be cultured about what is off the internet. That is a privilege that I would love to have. Like, go to Belgium and be off the internet. I disagree, though, what's happening on the internet. In fact, I actually think the vast majority of people use American as a punching bag because they are collectively competitive. Americans can't make pizza, Italian. Americans can't make French fries, I don't know, the Dutch. Or Belgium, actually. Americans can't make ice cream. Pick your favorite ice cream. I don't know, Italian, gelatos, right? Something like that. Their comments are effectively and unemphatically far more xenophobic, discriminatory, conservative in a competitive process. And they argue based on a collective. Almost easier and more frequently. Because when you have an American say something, Americans will argue with Americans. And that's still the same competitive process and all that's negotiated. So I would probably say it would be lovely to visit a country that isn't chronically online and see if it's different. Do I think Americans do that when they're offline? That's a good question, actually. We'll come back to that in the future. I'm not sure if I've been touching grass enough to see if this is different outside. And obviously I can't speak for Japan or China in this way. We can definitely talk about that some more next time. In the meantime, have fun. Yeah, and have fun, Gecko. I love these conversations. It's great to be vigorously challenging each other's perceptions, in my opinion. I would love to go like before you go, I would love to go to a country like somewhat off the grid, and when you go around, everyone just chats and they all have different opinions, but that's why it's fun. I would love that. I don't actually think in the United States, like when you're going to a convention or a bar, that is the case either. So, but what's online, I totally agree with you. Definitely trending with American and Asian cultures. But Europeans are on board with that mentality, especially Italians. Anyways, thanks for the chatter, Gecko. Sleep well. Good luck with everything. Oyasumi nasai.
途中
Okay. Uh, The feeling is reciprocated. To me, the concept of debating is fun indeed. I absolutely love it. Especially with a smile for diversification. Absolutely. Say no more. The usual execution in politics is a difference, right? Let's leave it at that. Yes, yes, yes. Oh yes, minasai. Gecko. Until next time. Was a pleasure. What was this with pigs and horns in a building? That's definitely squad. I don't think my system is working immediately. It's definitely not working immediately. So the squad has a flag, right? Did I write that? The squad in the building. Yeah. The squad in building. And then in the building, yeah, it has a mascot wearing a horned pig wearing a tie. That still worked out. Pretty good. Pretty decent. I have a bunch of counter arguments to the last thing I said. Like Gecko's not here anymore, but I do have a bunch of counter arguments. Especially cynical counter arguments to my comment about Europeans online. In general, there is the wild card factor of masquerading as something. So, like, someone can claim to be something for the convenience of making argument. So if I was referring to like an Italian criticizing American pizza, for example, there is a there's a significant contribution of individuals who may consider themselves a representative of a group that might also be a representative of another group. So like, for example, an Italian American could claim that as an Italian, pizza is not made this way. However, you may also then counter argue and say that, well, then that person can be outed as an American because of the things that they say is appropriate way to treat pizza. Then that would introduce a counter example where an Italian, maybe someone from like a Nepalese person, may do that. Now there is also probabilistic ways to treat this argument as a counter argument too. Like maybe Nepalese has a lower percentage of people who have access to the internet who engage on YouTube. You can make an argument for that as well. However, that would either weaken or strengthen the idea that despite having rarer or lower number of people on the internet, those people on the internet end up choosing to be competitive. And it goes so deep. So hopefully I can make some time to have a fun chat with Gecko about it, because I think a very wonderful thing that I want to highlight is being from a culture, in my opinion, that is leaning on the diverse side of things. I think the people who find the healthiest lifestyles in those countries are individuals who embrace that diversity, and like are adapted to that diversity, as opposed to being refractory towards that diversity. So while we're talking about like ultra conservatism in the United States, that is one face of the United States. Much like when Gecko mentioned about the liberal nature of Belgium. And I think that's kind of what makes it so interesting to have conversations with him. Not to say that you can't have these conversations with everyone else. It's interesting to constantly shoot ideas back. Genuinely, I think having people with diverse perspectives, ultimately, I do not necessarily disagree with Gecko's statements, but more of a technicality a lot of times. I think most of the stuff he say are true given conditions, and I like to cite those conditions. Like the idea of Europe not having that competitiveness, I probably agree with him outside of the conditions that I've stated. And that's usually online, the depiction of online competitiveness. I don't necessarily think online competitiveness spares people of their unique culture. I actually often find that it would have to insist that Europeans are not human or a different type of human in order for me to agree that there's specific people that go online that do not get roped into the self-feeding machine that is the algorithm in population statistics. Somehow you're telling me that a human condition is circumvented by someone's culture. That would be interesting, right? That's like saying if there's a country that practices suppressing one's emotion, somehow when they go online, they are not emotional anymore. When the product is meant to elicit emotional responses. It's an interesting idea. The last time I checked, when a culture entirely revolved around emotional suppression, it eventually buckles because it's a human condition. And I think when presented with competitiveness through collectivism, you get competitiveness. And from my perspective, I don't see any shortage of that. Each and every group, actually, the stronger they are collectively, the more likely that they're engaged in collective competitiveness online. Maybe not offline. I actually think that's also true for the United States. When you walk around and look around and hang out with individuals who are not chronically reinforced online to be competitive, like, we're not talking about someone is telling you to be competitive. With information, you inherently, a human being is able to find patterns, and those patterns create points of comparison and contrast. I do not think and when I say human beings, I truly mean human beings. I don't mean an Italian, a Belgian, an American, or Japanese. I mean human beings find patterns and points of comparisons when given enough information. And I don't think any culture circumvents that tendency. So when you see a bunch of pineapple pizza online over and over again, there's going to be a collective imagery done through collectivism or like categorization, and that creates a point of contrast. And humans can see patterns to contrast, right? If pineapple pizza trends upward, then there will be criticisms and comparisons about pineapple pizza, regardless of what your culture is. At least I like to think humans can make that distinction. It's both their bane and their, it's their double-edged thing. Humans are really excellent at seeing patterns. And when someone says a bunch of pineapple pizza is on my thread and I don't eat pineapple pizza, then there's a competitive process to say pineapple pizza is bad and it's mid, despite anyone's cultural sensitivities. Or like, is hot dog a sandwich? What's a real sandwich? Italian subs are not Italian. I'm kind of using a lot of Italian examples. Maybe I should use something else. Oh, Tex-Mex is not real Mexican. Mostly real stuff, but that's Latina. So let's what is another one? French cuisine is number 1 because they own Michelin. Japanese serves the best sushi. Oh no, that's Japanese. We need to use European things, right? Fish and chips. Fish and chips. When you think of a viral trend, the trends become the collective punching bag. So the question is, it would be fun to talk about how many viral trends are coming from Europe and how many viral trends are coming from the United States. Yeah, kind of American-ish, and then maybe Asian-ish. It could be subdivided into like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, probably. Those 3 are one of the biggest. Right now, Thai, Vietnamese, and Thai, especially Thai and Vietnamese has a quite upbringing. Less so Australian, but Europe, quite a lot, right? Quite a lot. Except for Belgium. I actually very seldomly Belgium. So maybe Gecko is onto something about his neighboring ones. But I know 2. Belgian waffles and Belgian fries. And definitely beer. Without a doubt, beer. I got some evening research to do. It's so stimulating. You have a debate, and then my desire is to get more cultured. The downside is it's so difficult. Like, one of the concerns is it's very difficult to know what I'm reading online would end up just some mass produced stereotype. So then you can get someone to corroborate, right, on an individual level or something to balance it out. Like, who's to say my idea of Belgian waffles is not propagated by a collective stereotype? I'll have to ask. It's been a while since I've had some Belgian waffles. And even then, that Belgian waffles would come from an immigrant family. That's logic. What? You got that.
Yukata.
Muga? Keep forgetting dream. Yeah. Oh. Muga Muchu.
Muga Muchu.
Muga Muchu. Oh man. I said it like I was reading like a Chinese word. Muga Muchu. Okay. Muga Muchu. What was I saying? Muga Muchu. Oh yeah, that sounds like Chinese. That's funny. Or like mu what was that? Mu wo manchu. Or man zhong. Mu wo mang zhong. So it goes up down. Like up down or up down up flat instead of just one direction. It's kind of weird. I think the most comfortable pitch pattern is this. You know, what is it? Atamadaka? Atamadaka is probably the most convenient between like Chinese, English, and then Japanese takes a hit because it's largely Heiban. Like what I mean is a lot of long phrases are a bit flat, and yeah, you're just going up and down. It's actually very, in my opinion, it's very uncommon to have flat in Chinese. In fact, a lot of times when it's flat like this, there's a habit of changing the thing before in order to it to be not completely flat, because then you start sounding weird. Like there are words that do that though, like I don't know what's a good one. It's actually kind of hard, like or toto, like I actually don't think many common words have flat. So weird. That's where everything sounds so weird. When I'm switching between Chinese and Japanese, when I'm reading these, I'm like, wait a minute, why does that sound so off? It's because I'm not flat. And what I mean is, this part is good most of the time. This part, when it's a longer like sentence and stuff, I start, if I'm in Chinese mode, it would go like this. But Japanese often do like this. Right? So you can most definitely, I've been thinking about it, and like, what does a Chinese person, like, how can you pick up a Chinese speaker speaking Japanese with a Chinese accent? I'm only thinking, oh, you can do that. You can do that when you start practicing Japanese and Chinese at the same time. Because the moment you say something like muga muchu muga muchu, that's pretty much a Chinese person trying to speak Japanese, in my opinion. Like, because that would feel much better. Muga muchu. Yeah, muga muchu. Or muga muchu. And then what is this? See, now I forgot what it's like. Muga muchu. Muga muchu. Muga muchu. Or something. Now it doesn't sound right anymore. Muga muchu. Like Muga muchu. I don't know anymore. Now I gotta hear the next Japanese. What is this? Halfway finish? Or oh no, wait, this isn't halfway finish. This is in the middle of dreaming. What is that? Like total immersion. It's not total immersion, but it's actually close to total immersion. How do you get like totally absorbed or something? Yeah. Honestly, I think total immersion would be funny.
Nodo.
Nodo. Okay, density. I realize this is kind of silly, but I've only recently realized that density is measuring if something is dense. Like, what I mean by that is I haven't really thought of it that way. I often thought of density as a relationship to volume, but volume without its like mass. So then I was like, oh, of course density is a measure of how dense something is. It's volume, you know, it's mass per volume. Like it's the mass, how much mass is in a fixed volume. I just didn't make that connection. Like in English, like the word dense is attached to density as a measure. So kind of like distance, right, is attached to possibly like width, or like length is attached to size or something like that, or height is attached to tallness, and then now you have dense and density. Kind of weird. Or size and volume. What is this?
痛む
No. How is this written? Okay, I should have stuck with to be painful. That's kind of weird to say that. To be painful. You being okay. Oh, this is immature. We went over this yesterday. What incarnation was this? Cool. It's not attack, it's aggression here.
靴下
Just heck. Oh no.
お手拭き
If
年配
senpai.
靴
peculiar. What? It's gone. Oh, wait. Myo. Combo words. I need something for better encoding for combo reads require some TLC. Heck. Oh wait. Constitution. What does he do? Oh yeah. Oh wait, that's not right.
招待する
Full ties.
回復する
Right? Or was that restore?
靴屋
Yeah. Why am I... Oh. It's something like more cookies. Cookies and something else. Heck! The Shogun. Shogun cookies. It's gone. Oh, maybe I don't need the Shogun.
招く
Maneku. I think I'm using Ma. Alright. So definitely if... So definitely if there's a subject in the read somewhere or in the character somewhere, I would want to use it. That kind of speeds things up. Okay. What?
Zenke.
Okay. Oh no. It's not like front view, it's something else. Oh, foreground. Foreground. Husband, wife, cowl, dressed up as Wolverine, laughing. Cool.
Saraigetsu.
Whoa, that's Chinese. uh Heck. Goku Meru, something the key to something about peak performance. Just Kimeru. Kishimeru? Who is he sending it to? So Goku, yeah. So whenever definitely whenever there's a read that has a noun in it. Use the noun to start the thing. So it's like 極
める
ready to. Okay. Wait. Oh wait.
見抜く
Minuku. That is accurate, but to see the true nature of phrases are the bane of WaniKani. Oh boy. Is this something like... It's something tatabi. Pretty sure, right? It was like 2 tacos. I don't actually remember what it means either. This one was weak. I was having problems with it. It's like futatabi.
再び
Futatabi. And what futatabi? I think it's still again. Yeah, because it's like adverb, right? Adverb. Did I write anything for this? The be again by the 2. Okay. Oh, fooled. Okay. So we can still use the be. Maybe... Sai? Can I incorporate Sai? Actually, what did I have? Oh no, this is fine. Fooled. Yeah, it's fine. For now.
長靴
Nagatsu. Okay.
直接的
Chosetsuki. What?
矢印
Yachirushi. What? Wait, Chuto. Oh, right. Han. Different. Han something. It's Han different. En route or half finished, right? And then I need to Hanba. What? Excuse me? Wait. That's not right. Oh, pa. Right? Yeah. Oh,
中途半端
Yuto Hanpa. Or half finished. I don't know how I feel about this either. So having a subject would be fantastic for every mnemonic. Be great.
貯金箱
초인바꿔. Something about the elephant. Oh, right.
ゆえに
You and me. Therefore. That worked out really well.
独り言
独り言. How do you want this phrased? Mister. It's something like that. At least I think. Okay. Talk to self. Self-talk.
Hikaku teki
Comparatively? Hold up. This might be an English thing. Comparatively. Comparably. Okay. Next one.
我々
Ware. Okay. Oh, that makes sense for the ware wa. Okay.
手がかり
Hang on. Heck. Alright, this deals with like Right. Okay.
巻き寿司
Jesus.
手渡す
Okay, what? Okay.
,効果的
Ogateki.
憧れ
Akongare. Oh, no, wait. That's just yearning. I was thinking of childhood nostalgia all of a sudden.
,悪影響
Kueikyo. What? Wait. Whoops. Oh, no, wait.
着替え
Ikai. How dare you? Alright. I'm okay. What? Oh, wait. What?
,大規模
That's not good. Guy and Tai are not good. What the... No. That would be finger, right? Something about a hat. Something. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I remember a hat involved in it. No. Oh, this is bog. I don't actually know. Actually, I have no idea where the bog. Was she just in the bog? Oh, back in for help. I see. I don't quite like that. See how long that.
郵便番号
再来週
基準
振り。振り。Oh, yeah, 振り仮名。
振り仮名
振り仮名。Oh, it's such a coincidence that this happened for both kanji and hanzu in the same rotation. This one was the isn't oh, it is
答える
答え I got stuck on this yesterday on the review. We got the plates, got the fins, we got the ground with the horns. I mean, it's benefit. Oh, for the benefit. Yeah, I have no idea where the stuff is coming.
面接する
Sits. Dang it. I'm gonna go with... Okay. Uh,
激励
it's fine. That's good enough.
統一
Points.
お菓子屋
Russia. Heck. Wait. What am I looking at? Hold. Oh.
属する
Doo-doo. Oh.
小規模
This is wire, which is actually slightly different. Heck! Machine. Oh,
針金
harigane.
極端
Un. What, the extreme edge? Not just edgy? Sorry. Okay. How do we extreme edge this? Extreme edge. Like edge extreme. Oh, they just take extreme. Fine. Heck. Wait. I don't think so, right? Yeah. I feel like I wrote something for this. Something about standing. No, guard. Something about guarding the mountain. This is the hat thing. Guarding the mountain. Sheep? Oh, like hashi
橋
at the edge of the mountain. The guard who wears the hat. Oh, come on. Not again. Wait.
費やす
Yes. What incarnation is Suiyatsu?
「眠い」
Heck. Oh no, this one's kind of borked. Something makes me want to do like taco.
「立つ」
That's okay. I don't know what tuts means. How do you extinct? Oh, wait. It's more like cut off, right? To maybe like break off contact. Extinct and cut off are two kind of overlapping. When you cut off something, which is like breaking off something too. Today's pretty chill. I like it. We're overall pretty good. I feel. Why do I keep typing?
誘惑する
Yuwaksuru. Yuwaksuru.
不眠症
抜き出す
Nikidasu. Yo, heckin' tofu. Dang it. Oh.
睡眠
Like checking someone laying on the ground, right? But it's like the ah
かがむ
hang on, bend down. A power poop. What is a power poop? Power poop. Oh man. Oops.
限度
Gendo. Ooh. Obey.
Stagaeru
Stagaeru. Why are you so loud in that one? Or to... Wait. Oh, wait. What? Stagaeru. Oh. It's not... This is to be like... To be accompanied by...
なぜなら
Nazenara.
北国
Agun. Winter table. Yes, gotta deal with it. What are you dealing with? How do you deal with winter tables? Oh, because of the you need to. Okay. Heck. Wait. Just kidding. Wait. What?
頑張れ
Oh, it was typo.
退屈
Aikutsu. Retreat and yield? This is probably a pivot. Retreat and yield. I feel like I wrote something for this. Or maybe not. I should write something. Something like boring, right? Did I write something for? Oh, the person with the tie and fancy shoes here because of boredom yielded. Okay. Is that not kutsu? Oh, wait. Wait. That's incorrect. Okay. Kutsu? I screwed up. Yeah. The kutsu with the tie. From boredom. Yielded to boredom. Yielded and retreated. Okay. That was Chinese. Oh. Guy.
分解
Okay. What? Whoops. Typo.
先端
Not bad. Not. Oh, right. Did I talk past 8? Oh, of course I talked past 8. All right, let's get the rest. All right. Of course I talked past 8. Man. It'll be tough to keep this up. Courage. Oh, heck. That's like Sue's ma. Courage what? Gotta pass on this. No idea. Moment.
Zamping.
Um,
結構です
Same difference. Why am I?
逮捕する
What? What? Wait, what's going on? Is that not? Oh, no, it's not.
隠居する
Suru. What? Oh. What? What is this? We're skipping this. Dang it. How do I set up? Where if I don't remind, like, the care? Like, oh.
お構いなく
Kamanai. Oh, kamai.
Kaizo
Aizo.
構造
Also.
造園
No one.
捉える 春巻き
Harimaki. Um. Man, that is weak. I want to do something about it eventually.
景観 保証
Sure. Hmm. Uh,
作る
good.
居酒屋
What?
客観的
Anteki. Oh no. Oh no, wait. Uh. I'm gonna skip that for now.
障子
Heck. Uh. Why did I think it's done and child? I don't think I made that connection. I'm gonna skip this. Don't remember.
.供給
Goku. Um. What? What? Oh, I know what shoji is. It's actually just shoji. I could have sworn this was something about like a salary or income or I don't understand. Oh, wait. More like a supply. Uh,
両替
酒造 製造
is
西口
西ヨーロッパ
おまかせ
Makas.
腎臓
Oh, Enza. Oh no, wait. Atemae.
建前
Atemae. Atemae. Atemae build a 4. Creative build before. It's kind of like what I was going. Pretty sure. Oh no, wait. Atemae is front surface.
創造
Riki.
取り決め
Make. Um. Instrument.
比較する
Heck. Give. Hmm.
「与える」「かかる」
Very good. No.
間抜け
Anuke. Like to. Is this like stupid or idiot? Hmm? Oh. Oh, no, wait. Oh.
触る
Sawaru. Either.
栄光
Okay, cool. Ente. Hanbai. Hanbai. Okay,
限定販売
han.
故障
Sure. Hmm. I'm having problems with the coal part. Circumstance. Okay. Well, what?
「腰抜け」
Shinuke. Okay.
「障害」
障害。
再来年隠れる
隠れる。
取り替える
Koichi. Skip 4. Does this help yet? Encourage. No. Oh wait, it does actually.
励ます
Hagemasu. Oops, to be encouraged. I don't quite understand what this is. Oh wait, this is the living room.
今
Ima. And four. What was the last one? Oh wait, this is just shoji. Okay. It's preparation.
Stack.
I think we're gonna write something in a different way. Okay. Taku is important. So we're gonna keep Taku. Taku. She the office on the chalkboard. The chalkboard preparations for protecting preparations for what? The meeting. Okay. Fine. Not too bad today. Not too bad. What does that set us up tomorrow? Tomorrow's a good day to do a double Inktober. Why is there a 7 p.m. one? In the 94? One is like missing. What the heck? Excuse me? Anyways. Alright. Go over the stuff. Alright, there we go. Do we have to go over these? I don't think so. Let's go over them. Alright. So gonna still do our def first. Do our defs. Storage. Child. Cool. Deal with. Childhood. Oops. Immature. Oh no, wait. Not deal. This is frozen. Deal with. Your record. Quad. Mastering. Ticket. Wife. Peculiar. Delicate. Benefit. Shift. Extent. Spirit. Line up. Constitution. Fog. Populous. Umbrella. Beach. Attack. Aggression. All right. Do our phonics for the read. Oh. Jesus. Ray gun. Tokyo. Yogurt. Cheese. Dough. Favor. Ketchup. Rock. I. Do. N. Cool. Got stuck on this today too. Me and you. I think this is B. Eki. Fader. Faber. A. N. Ma. U. Asa. Hammer. Yeki. Oh. Alright, now let's do our read and definitions. Oh. Storage. B. Child. A. Cool. Oh. Frozen. Yo. Childhood. P. Pure. Show. Deal with. A. Saber. Pure. Etsu. 2. Record. I. Squad. 2. Mastering. N. Ticket. Ooh. Wife. Yo. Peculiar. B. Delicate. Eki. Benefit. E. Shift. A. Dent. Se. Se. Spirits. A. Lineup. N. Constitution. Numa. Numa. Or Og. U. Or populace. Asa. Umbrella. Ama. Beach. Actually, is and Eki. Back and go. Progression. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Definitely in contrast to my Hanzo Hero session yesterday. All right, folks. That is a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Let me know what you think. And always feel free to welcome to Yap. Today, caught up with Gecko. Talked about culture a lot. Pretty much the name of the game, right? Conversations, agreeable political exchanges. Very, very old millennial like discussions. Right. Always welcome. Exchange ideas. Talk about each other's stories, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Han's Hero. Thank you, thank you.